The revenge of the Semites. It's happening. We're dancing in the street. You Amalekites are gonna get wiped out just like we did in the Bronze Age.
Enjoy God's word.
Oh, enjoy the Boom Boom Tel Aviv. The song's already there. Download it. It's on Apple.
Why is your eyes closed now? Motherfucker. Darling, they are so happy. We love you.
We are happy too. We are happy too. We are happy too. We want you to take revenge from those who disturbed your morning. We want you to show them God's hand. Bring down the Maccabean hammer. Bring it all.
The Lord Christ willed the Jews' expulsion, and they returned defying his will. This is their comeuppance. This is their revenge. This is.
They never learn. They never learn. Retribution.
Always.
Wait, why did they hit Jordan?
Oh my God, please.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, seriously.
Anything we should fear.
And it's the place they
Is that a fake voice? Are you guys gonna roll around? Holy shit, bro.
Did you see the fireball created by the tomahawk and Terra? No. Fucking monsters. It looks like the entire city. Seriously. Yeah, at the beginning, man. There's a series of there's no footage of a tomahawk. Oh, yeah, it just landed. It just landed. Let me see it.
Breaking news, Israeli channels are
all F-22 to 35. What are you talking about?
Israeli channels are airing from the bunkers. Okay, motherfucker! Bunker!
Of course.
Yo, breaking news.
Join RTC.
Breaking news.
Yes.
Breaking news. The Iranians just hit.
Forgot who I'm talking to.
The Iranians just hit the Israeli Air Force Base south of Tel Aviv. Israeli Air Force Base just got hit. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! No more flights, motherfuckers. The only flight you're gonna get is to fucking hell. Iranians packing Jews to die. Iranians sending the Jews.
Send it. You can keep us 135. You mean they're sending
A normal motherfucker, you're gonna die natural death in like a few months. What the fuck are you?
I'll live longer than you.
Don't you have AIDS, motherfucker? Don't you have AIDS, motherfucker?
No, I won't.
Your heart is racing. Your heart is racing. Your heart is in Brooklyn. Yeah, Kike, your heart is racing, bro. Calm down.
No, I'm excited. We're dancing.
You listen to Boom Boom Tel Aviv too?
We're enjoying it.
That's pretty catchy.
Get out your umbrella. It's all over for you.
Oh, we're not
I'm scared.
under fire. Earth under fire. Jerusalem under fire. The Jews under fire.
You already lost everything. This is divine justice alone.
No culture, no heritage, no lineage, no faith, no religion. Fucking science. Fact.
The dominant force in the Middle East.
What
Dominant force in the Middle East.
This is dominant force is Turkey. It's coming out of
That's
Jelani and Erdogan. You're going back to Syria. The infidels of old scattered pride for Florence. To the way, reclaim our holy stuff. No, not a chance. You're going to get caught. The tomahawk.
The Catholic Muslim Orion.
Oh, fuck up. You don't even know what tomahawk is. You don't even have to distract me. These guys are retarded. What the fuck do you know about a tomahawk? We just landed when it's just landed. Israel got no fucking tomahawk. it.
The United States, we're working together, baby.
Well, hopefully they work together against Boo Boo Television. But
We've been working fine. It's going beautiful.
don't worry, America's on our side. It's not on your side, buddy.
It's going great, buddy.
It's not on your side.
It's going
I see Tel Aviv getting bombed. I see Tel Aviv getting bombed. We have over 100 stealth fighters in the air. Why is Tel Aviv getting bombed? That means the Americans are on a neutral stance right now. That's what it means. Why are they reaching? Why are they reaching Israel? Why are they reaching Israel? Why are they reaching Israel? The THAAD, the Patriots, the destroyer, the air unit, and the whole half of the Air Force is infiltrated. Why are Iranian ballistics hitting Israel? So that means there's either the U.S. forces are not actively engaging and taking them down. So that's what it is. You're only kidding?
That's what you think?
We did with America's. This is clearly not a strike against the regime as it meant to curb the regime or bring about regime change. This is meant to force them to agree to the negotiations. So this is not an attempt to dismantle the regime. So this is a limited strike. What BB is going to get out of this isn't much. And what's going to come out of this is Iran kissing the ring of Russia. That is what's going to happen. And that's what we want. Alright, so you want to bet on that? Green Goblin? You want to bet on that?
You idiot.
I forgot. I'm sorry. Green Goblin.
You fool.
Green
You terrorist.
Goblin. Shut up. You didn't want to be Semite, you fucking Slavic old trash. Where's your room? I'm not part of it. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv.
We're gonna rank it.
That's right.
We're gonna take down.
Did you guys watch the speech of Netanyahu? He's literally making a speech while the launchers are in the background firing at their set. Bro, I did not think the Iranians would be hitting that quick. I thought the American forces are going to intercept all that shit. No, they're getting slammed. Why are you getting slammed right now? Why are you getting slammed? Oh, I forgot you're in Poland. I mean, those in Israel. Why are they getting slammed?
President tell you who's in charge.
No, it's okay, Norm. It's okay. Just go back to sleep, buddy. Go back to sleep.
Iran is getting totaled. All of the nuclear sites are taken out. All of the ballistic missiles are getting taken out. It's over.
Someone let me hear it.
It's over.
Doesn't even know how much did anything. Does that mean we're watching ready for the institutional? Like, who are you lying to? Fucking Alzheimer's, like fucking go back. Go get in that in 5 years. Like, just go enjoy like fucking warm chicken soup. Go enjoy your warm chicken soup. Go take your teeth out of your mouth and fucking go drink your soup. Go drink your soup.
The side wars. Sorry you lost your mind. Sorry you let John Bannon
Thank you, Mark.
taking down IRG.
All these years only to die at the end of your life of the hospital and a stroke out or hear your death. The only thing I feel sad about it is that you won't be around to witness all of this Zionist state and the end of Judaism as we know it. Unfortunately, you won't be around to see it. You won't see Ishmael. You won't see Ishmael and Israel decapitate Amalek. We're going to decapitate all you Soviet Slavic garbage. And we're going to take all Slavic women and we're going to be Solomon. I'm going to pretend I'm Solomon. I'm going to tell all the Hebrew bitches to call me Solomon. That's what I'm going to say. And then when I'm doing doggy style, it's I want her to call me Akiva style. That circumcised dick is too much. I can't handle this. J1P3, I can't do that because they're not actually Semitic. You're not actually Semitic. You're just like rich. You're just like a fucking, at least rich is German. You're Slavic.
I
Maybe try to wrestle correctly. Maybe you
He's fucking getting bombed and they're fucking
there's nothing left of Kanye. You see how he's left of Kanye? See how much
I mean, they already got billions of dollars. Enjoy your Singapore now. You guys are always talking about Gaza needs to become a free party in Gaza. We're going to get sent now. Thank you for the deconstruction. Thank you for deconstructing for us.
as it deserves. The genocide we have done.
You're out of breath for Lord. You're out of breath. Breathe. You're dying of life. You're dying of life.
Lord is betting this time that we're going to see the end of the regime. Are we sure?
Genocide.
Because you were saying that October 7th, this is going to be Hamas is still around. Rudy is still around. Still around. Iran is still around.
Operation Rising Lion. All gone. And I'm not sorry to do this.
Type in on Google is all gone.
The beautiful virgin people waking up.
And we'll be so they're going to do it this time. Like a 12-day war, right? Like 7 months ago, right?
It's done.
Alright, hopefully everybody heard Norm. You want to bet on this story? Since you have so much money and you're part of
breaking news.
breaking news.
Can we just get this guy?
Let's see if we can give normal spirit to it.
Wasn't that like an explosion sound like Christmas?
I'm sure it is.
The Fifth Fleet, the Naval Fleet, and
Yeah.
yeah, they've been crazy, that shit. Anyway, man.
The travesty.
I don't know what they do. It's a baby.
Wait, does somebody have breaking news? Go ahead and say it.
hit Bahrain. They hit Kuwait.
They're gonna say it.
Yep.
Well,
Because
these the typical runaround. They
That's true. 100% true.
Iran.
He thinks he's fighting against Israel. He thinks he's the fucking interceptor. No, you're in Brooklyn. You're in
Brooklyn.
You're not in downtown Tel Aviv. You're watching the interceptor locker.
I'm living in the United States.
Yeah, you're not exactly. So calm down. You're not overworked. A missile interceptor.
We should have done this a long time ago.
It's moderation.
We should have done it a long time ago. Done. Nobody to fund your stupid terror. Iran just
Actually, yeah, 2,500 years of persecution. Ramadan and Dingan right on top of that. Ramadan 2026.
we did the homage. We are literally rocking Tel Aviv. Our phone is rocking Tel Aviv. Our phone is rocking Tel Aviv. Yeah. All y'all gonna meet Akiva very soon. I promise you. All y'all gonna meet him. There's gonna be a lot of Israelis that are gonna meet Akiva soon. And guess what? Guess what? And this is before the Sunnis even show up. Bibi was literally crying on national TV, calling and appealing to the Sunni access. Why is Bibi appealing to the Sunni access? I thought Turkey was the greatest enemy. I thought Turkey and Syria the greatest enemy. Bibi on national TV in the first hour, in the first moment of seconds of Tel Aviv being hit, he literally said, it is time for the Sunni world, the Sunni access to take out Sunni. Why are you crying out? I thought you got it with the United States. What happened? Why is Tel Aviv getting bombed? I think these are real questions that deserve logical answers, Norm. They don't deserve your retarded filibustering on if you think just yapping out English words somehow is allowing you to save face, it doesn't. I feel bad for you. It's like it's over and over again. And the dog just keeps on barking. Some of those keep on barking because I can do this filibustering shit all day and I can actually build up and make constructive sense. And I can talk shit while I'm doing it. But Norm, what you just said, this is what you do find processing power.
You don't have any processing power. You're a retard. You're a stress disorder. You're a mental illness.
I got the stress reliever right here. I got the stress reliever for you.
Don't lick your wounds in the cycle. Take your medicine. Take your medicine, you mental patient. Come on. Right? Come on. Time to take your medicine, Miguel. Time to take your medicine. I could be your post-traumatic stress disorder, Miguel. This is not the Norm show. Come on.
Grandpa, you're going to be dead in less than 5 minutes. You've been buried on your grave. I'm going to look up your grave and I'm going to piss on it. Me and Goop. We're going to go. Material.
I'll piss on it with you and your family.
We're going to find your grave and piss on it. Just less than 5 years, Norm. Less than 5 years.
You got 5 minutes to be too.
I'm just curious. Less than 5 years.
You've got 5 minutes. No, you're taking mine. It's so things that when we pick on his grave, you eat them from your arm and now go back and forth. You can't afford it.
The new window.
I think I'm just curious. Mental patient.
Like we're gonna get 2 bacon large windows. And I'm just gonna make 30 people just listen to us to just argue. You're bad. Shut up. It's like now they want to be civil.
We're taking out the entire IBC government. They just killed another one. Took out the nuclear site, taking out the ballistic missile site, taking out Tehran. Tomahawk, baby.
It was already done.
With this guy taking credit for Christian weapons.
Yeah, I think you are disgusting, filthy.
Shlomo, you didn't name the Tomahawk. Relax.
Millions of movies.
At least Turkey can build this plane.
No, we all know that this is the reason why you voted for Trump. This is the reason why.
Well, this is all it was.
It's one of many.
Yeah, we heard you said he's crazy for him to do what we wanted him to do.
He's crazy. He's our president. He's a wild man. And he's kicking your ass.
I'm so liking ass. What are you talking about?
You don't remember what
He's gathering us. He gathered us all in a board of peace. It's a board of peace. He's got a board of peace for Gaza to invest billions of dollars. That's wow. He really cares about Gaza.
You know who doesn't get to stay? The terrorists.
Really? They're all in Gaza right now.
Guess what? You gotta go.
Good. All right, we're gonna see. So Norm, since this is such an easy win for you, there are 2 you made clear have said Norm to change my circle.
You got Big Daddy Jordan. I eat it. Maybe they'll put it on there.
We're all part of the Board of Peace. Let me tell you, one of the members of the Board of Peace,
Indonesia, Turkey, Qatar, Indonesia. By the way, Trump, Egypt.
guess what? Guess who's the last to join the Board of Peace? Netanyahu. Israel was the last to join Gaza, and they rejected it at the beginning. So the ones who are dragging their feet are Israel and Iran.
Not believing Gaza.
Iran is being forced right now to join the Board of Peace. He can't have an intellectual conversation. He just wants to talk shit. And like, I already proved I'm a better shit talker than you. I'm a better shit talker than you. Like, I don't need to hear it. I'm just going to do it with a PTR. I'm just going to do it. I'm as upset because I'm Israel. I'm Israel. And to your knowledge, I'm Israel. I'm J1P58. You're a fucking R1A Slavic blood. That's what you are. You're R1AQM Slavic mix in a blender, bro. I'm J1. Look how bad you white people are. You got this guy. You got what's his name? Rich, pretending to be J1. He wants to be that which he calls a sand nigger all the time. And we got Normal, so it was a Slavic guy who wants to be a sand nigger. So it's just weird to me. Why do two white people want to be sand niggers so bad? And Norm, how can you be white and I'm whiter than you? Like, how does that work? Like, how the fuck did you get that lottery ticket?
Do you like Egypt? Try Egypt. Maybe they'll take it.
Why do I look whiter and more Semitic? I'm so Jesus looking. And why are you so godly looking? I'm confused. Why are you such a godly looking motherfucker? I seriously believe that on my AI server.
There will never be a power. I'm just here. Now we have eliminated the only possible rival. The great Iranian genocide regime has fallen. Iran died.
We wanted to kiss Ramadan's ring. Right on Tel Aviv.
Ramadan Kareem. Enjoy your Ramadan.
You're celebrating right now. You're celebrating right now. Tel Aviv. It's getting bombed. Tel Aviv's getting bombed. You know what bomb means? Getting destroyed. Because actually they have. Explosions and literally it's live, bro. I'm watching it live. Literally up on Al Jazeera Live. Stop living in delusion. Dude, every time, this is why you don't bet money, because you have been proven wrong every single time. $1,000, motherfucker. Whatever you fall right now. $3,000, $5,000, $10,000. I swear to God Almighty, I'll buy it. $10,000. Take it. You're so confident. $15,000. $20,000. I buy the Lord Almighty. I will wire it right now. $20,000. You're a pussy. You're a pussy. You're a pussy. You're a pussy. That's what you are. You're not confident of what you're saying. You still think this is pre-October 7th. You're running some propaganda campaign to keep the goyim all under the under the rock. You're all out of the rock. They all hate you, Shlomo. They all think you're the scum of the earth. You don't see the viral videos of Israelis going all over the world to tell Israel, I'm Israeli. They literally Christian say it's a Tel Aviv. They were drinking 40s. They were drinking 40s, and then they got punched in the face. Ramadan right on top of Tel Aviv. Ramadan right on top of Tel Aviv. Look at all those rocks. Here, it's live. Here, let me show you. Let me show you.
I have to get the fuck out.
There's 4 fuel towers that just above that.
It's just
You said the airport was full.
there you go. And don't finish.
4 crazy flights. I'm watching them on live radar.
Shut the fuck up. Live. What channel you watch? Live. Okay, that channel. Live radar. Live radar. I'm getting rich. I'm a nigger like you. I'm a nigger like you. You're a Shabbos coin. You're a Shabbos coin. You're a Shabbos coin. R1P what? You're R1P what? R1P what?
Mickey, I thought you said
Because I know it gets on his head. Oh yeah, I forgot. You started on the television. Your jungle niggers aren't they? You know your kids are gonna be called my jungle niggers. Your kids are gonna be called jungle niggers because they're the ones that are gonna be called jungle niggers.
took off from that.
Hey, Rich, they're gonna be called.
How did they pull up there? Remember you said just
Your kids are half Filipino.
the airport.
You white supremacist piece of shit.
There was 4
Your kids are half Filipino. You're gonna act like a white supremacist on this app. It's crazy. Are you crazy? You're gonna be a betrayer of the white race? You're gonna fucking talk the talk that you talk? Are you serious?
You said the airport was
It's
full.
like being a skinhead. Are you fucking okay?
Off the landing on there.
Okay, Rich? Why are you low IQ?
The airport in Tel Aviv.
If you're such a specimen of the white race, why did you marry a non-white
They're landing and refueling in Tel Aviv.
That's crazy to me.
I want to know this guy is still tough. Such a fucking little
I don't know what you think you're saying, Rich, that actually is like giving you moral points in your head, but I promise you,
You seafaring fucking gypsy.
bro, here, I know because you're so like, you can use the AI. Go ahead, use the AI. You can use the AI, Rich. Help you on the side. I'm J1P58. I'm in my land. I am Israel. Don't talk about Israel, you non-severe shut up, you goyim trash.
How did you say the airport in Tel Aviv was full?
This is not your country. This is not your land, you scum. He thinks he's the same race as I am. You are not the same race as me. You are inferior. You are inferior, Rich. Look at the true human specimen. Look at the son of God that is me. Look at the fucking white cracker that is you. Look at the white cracker that married a jungle monkey. This is literally, look, actually I'm gonna screenshot your PCR because you know what this is? You know what this is? No, I'm just doing reform. I'm just doing Thomas reform. Look at that. That's what now I'm just gonna fucking smoke Rich. That's it. You know what your PTR is? You know what your PTR is? That is you when you went your jungle monkey. Literally, that's you. You're the white dog. You're the white dog. The black dog is your jungle monkey wife. That's your wife, and that's you behind your fucking jungle monkey wife. And the ones fucking fighting her for the frisbee are your half jungle children. Your half jungle children are fighting your jungle monkey wife while she's taking it up your ass by low-grade urban stock. That's what it is. You're gall, rankish, low-tier stock. That's what you are. You're an inbred, like the fucking rankish, gullic trash. That's what you are. If not, you're probably Irish, which would be fucking even worse. So that's what you are. I'm not the fucking one pretending to be J1P58 looking like I could burn in the sun in fucking 30-degree weather. Why do you look like so pale, bro? I thought you were J1P58. Aren't you J1P58? Now your children are even less Semitic. They can't even fool themselves in the mirror. They can't even believe their father's delusion. I don't even know how their father believes this delusion. Imagine his half jungle Filipino kids are going to be looking in the mirror and they're going to be actually saying with a straight face that, oh, I'm a Semite. You really think his half jungle kids are going to say, I'm a Semite in a straight face? Look at this guy. Seriously, that mother has a jungle monkey. How are they going to say they're not supposed to be careful when you're driving the bus, okay? They're jungle monkeys. Be careful driving the bus. They're jungle monkeys.
So,
But they're jungle monkeys.
Some explosions in Turkey.
Why did you do that to your kids? Imagine your ancestors are going to curse down at you or curse up at you somehow because, like, what the fuck did you do? What did you do? Certain evolution into the glorious. Oh, yeah, that's what I thought, bitch.
And you just
Now you want some tango? Okay, what do you want? Tell me your background.
there is no background. You just
Why are you a Sabbath goy?
You're just obsessed with talking.
Why are you upset that I'm talking, bitch?
Because you're slightly autistic and retarded.
How do you assess who's autistic and retarded?
Because you don't know how to.
Is that your subjective low IQ? Is that how you measure that?
You can't have a dialogue on that.
Okay, let's have a dialogue. Just pick the topic. Pick the claim.
The claim is that you're autistic and retarded and you love you.
That's the shit. Okay. So Sabbath boys coming to the rescue to two fake senators. Okay, I got you.
Just hear yourself talk.
I got you, bro.
You just take a breather.
I got you.
Smoke a cigarette.
Take a breather. Why are you hyperventilating for some boys? I'm the chosen race. What are you talking about? I'm Israel. I'm J1B58. I'm Israel's high.
Okay.
I'm fucking the seed of Abraham.
Breathe it.
And I'm fucking
Ashkenazi.
So Ashkenazis are not J1B58. Why don't you actually go Google something? Why don't you use those goyim fucking tongues of yours and actually Google something? You know who's lying? You picture your from the you start fucking idiot. You can't get out of around two. You can listen to my song dumb.
You get the J1 from
I'm an Iranian and I wholeheartedly support the attack on the regime.
But I don't want to be Jew.
Thank you, Bella.
I don't want to be Semite. You're just not one of us, bro. Just relax.
Oh man, it's another day.
Just relax, bro. You're not one of us. Look at my board. You look like you fucking came out of a A4 printing.
You're such a fucking loser, Mikhail. And you know it. That's what's sad. It's not like you're oblivious to it. You know that you're a fucking
Look like Jesus.
You're a complete fucking loser of a fucking human being. And you
Jesus.
Oh, too far.
You look like that dog.
No, it's not too far. He's got fucking PTSD.
Do you have a genetic?
He's got a mental health fucking problem. And he's a fucking.
Is that why you married your wife?
Yes, exactly.
You don't have an Asian thing.
Just remember, Mikhail, you were an absolute fucking loser.
Anything for it.
You low-key take your service fucking pistol you got from the fucking army. You should just stuff it in your mouth and squeeze the trigger and you know off.
It's so bad, dude. When I first World War, no one will marry you. I promise. Filipino. Like what you said.
Maybe I'm here will miss you.
And I was also a good white woman. I couldn't get a Christian woman. I couldn't get a Christian woman. And I would have all your fucking faggot.
You're a well-known fucking faggot of this that.
Imagine you're a religious
extremist because you're a fucking
Sabbath boy.
You love getting sand in your legs. You fucking do not
Oxymoron.
wrong fucking shit. That is description. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, he probably is. His pieces of horse
Really bad. Like, how do you get to that level of cognitive dissonance?
His Palestinian is pretty much a shit.
I don't understand, but he's trying to help you out. Since you're back on the app. And I feel like with AI,
me as a flame.
try to to write down everything that brings you.
It's like a homosexual fucking
And the AI can make sense of it and help you interpret the topics. And so you could present them to me, and I can give you a
Okay. Don't fuck kids. You fucking dirty.
You're half monkey kids? I can't.
You fuck kids just like your fucking prophet did.
You're half monkey kids?
Your prophet used to fuck.
You're half monkey wife?
Do you remember one? I used to go.
Your one was full monkey. I forgot.
I got it. That's all right. Do you remember when Muhammad used to go around? Do you look at that orange and black before me? How did it come? Do you remember when Muhammad spread out Hussein his legs like a talking about his baby penis? Do you remember when he penetrated a 9-year-old little girl? Do you remember when Muhammad Aisha said that? Do you remember when Aisha says that people get way too look at lessons if he was down there begging the Julia and with his little young boy? And we found out that Aisha says that she had to clean the cum stains off of his person. Yeah, that's Aisha said.
Guys, one second, guys. Rabia, are you allowing this from Raya? This is really.
Please, Aisha, what were you talking about?
Raya, are you allowing this from? This is not good. This guy's causing.
You married a jungle monkey.
Our religion.
You refer to your kids on the Somali speak.
That's a Somali speak.
What is the KKK going to say about you, Rich?
They're going to revoke your land of Somali speak. Jeez.
Shut up, you boy. You don't tell a Semite this stuff.
Bro, he has Somali brain. He has
Well, I'm a Semite. It doesn't matter if you brain funky. You guys hate it. No.
Yes, I hate that.
I'm
You guys call them slaves.
Shut up, you son of man.
You call them
Shut up, you son of man.
Just like Muhammad.
God sent me to show you, son of man.
Yeah, you get struck right now, motherfucker. Your whole
What are you talking about? Okay, bro. Deny right here. Prove me wrong right now. And deny that you're claiming to be J1P58.
You're such a fucking
Dude, just get to the point. Deny that you're a J1P58.
It's so obvious.
Deny that you're a J1P58. Deny that you're a J1P58.
Let me ask you. I want to ask you a question. Are you a top?
Deny that you're a J1P58. Look how easy I make it for people to defeat me. Like, all you have to do is just say, no, I'm not a J1P58. I will literally lose. Like, I will look really bad if you say no. So, tell us, white guy.
You're such a faggot, bro.
Tell us, white guy.
Such a fucking loser. You got no white challenge here, guys. What a true loser.
I don't want jungle monkey. Like, if I wanted to go right now,
Like your prophet told you not to jump on. I was like, I just married a jungle monkey. So it's that full on.
as Jewish women offering
You look like a fucking old Amish man.
the most beautiful Jewish woman in Arabia, he married her. And that's after he killed her father, and she wanted her to get married.
Just remember, everybody's a
He wanted her to get married to him. Because people back then, they had honor even in
fucking UAE, Saudi, Syria, look at you, Iraq.
someone who's like a wannabe Aryan Semite. I don't know what's awesome. You actually believed in this Ashkenazi Anglo alliance and somehow you deluded yourself that you're part of the world. How did you do that?
This is like
I don't know what kind of logic to try to use. All you have to do is deny that you're J1P58 and just accept that J1P58 is the chosen one. You're not part of the chosen. Can you agree to that?
Oh God, that's so fucking awesome.
Why can't you deny something like if I told you A1, B1A, which is one that
Amazing.
you're gonna say no, right? I'm not. So can you deny that you're J1P58?
God plus the United States.
So he's not gonna deny it. What does that prove, right? This is a white man that literally believes he's a Sarah. I'm using this term because none of you pussies end up reporting me.
You know the other side of somebody who has mental
Because he uses this term.
when you enter a social
Calling
and the
J1P58 people, Semitic people, this term.
and this
It's very interesting because he wants to be J1P58. He actually claimed several times that he is J1P58.
hours.
And I'm J1P58, so that means he's claiming to be the same race as me. So I got a race who's running around my people and claiming he's one of us. Like, even though this guy's a white supremacist, which is weird, because this guy would make fun of black people. To be a Semite.
Look at it. I didn't even say anything. I stayed on mute just to prove the point.
Why you claim to be a Semite, bro?
Yeah, it's a clubhouse. Like,
Guys, just remember that this is the person that you don't want to take the side of.
if you're black, you're Jewish.
What, they want to take your side? What is your side? You can't even elaborate. You can't even articulate your side, bro. Tell us what your side is. Maybe you might get How about you convert us to the Holy Spirit? How about you tell us about your truth in the Holy Spirit of Christ? Try and get the Holy Spirit. I know you blasphemed in it a long time ago, probably when you were born, but still. Try.
I was never a Muslim. I never rejected the deity of Christ.
Talking about the Holy Spirit.
Blaspheming the Holy Spirit.
It's in the Bible.
Blaspheming the Holy Spirit, which is rejecting the good news of Christ.
Also, you know about the Bible. Okay.
Right, Mikhail?
How about you
just tell us you on the Bible, Quran, not the gospel of yourself. Allah, Lord,
Why don't you preach the gospel once?
Allah is a snackboard.
I never heard this guy preach the gospel.
Allah is greater. Actually, what are you greater than Allah?
Are your children godless?
Wait, why does your God pray to your prophet?
So not only are your kids half monkey,
Wait, why does your God pray to your prophet?
actually they're half Mikhail, half monkey.
Why does your God?
Because we all know those
Why
friends
does
are all
Allah pray to Muhammad? Muhammad, he prays to
we all know those Franks and Gauls.
Why does Allah pray to Muhammad?
Pigs, swan.
Show me where God, Yahweh, Yahweh, prays to whatever your God.
That's why God in the Talmud and the Quran says, go eat apes and monkeys.
Doesn't Allah send the east? Need to see
Our apes and monkeys. Because we Semites are the sons of God.
They think that they are great believers.
Married in the Hermetic brothers.
I am the greatest of
And we established the Asiatic family tree.
Schemers means to be underhanded and deceptive things. That's the definition. So your God's literally calling himself the greatest to see.
Our brothers. So the Africans should be joining us with us, which they already are. I mean, 50%.
Look at communists.
So they know to
Stop moaning at 50-year-old or 80-year-old though. That's wrong. No, he fucked an Irish.
You fucked a monkey, bro.
Allah fucked an Irish.
Why'd you fuck a monkey?
You know why I say Allah fucked
Now
an
your kids
Irish?
are all gonna be
Because
retarded.
Muhammad is Allah.
I can imagine how retarded
He
he
made Allah.
and then add to it
The
monkey.
construct of his imagination.
This guy's bored. He is so boring and so like you. But he's like, they take shifts and ignore like filibustering bullshit. Like they actually think you're not cooking, bro. You're not burning. You're not building. You're not doing shit.
What about your God praying to your prophet?
So you're not even attacking me. I'm attacking you because I'm not too whitewashed to be true. That's not good, right? I'm actually white. I'm actually white and Semitic. You wish you were J1P58 white. So you literally wish you were made, crazy. You wish you were made, bro. Seriously, I'm not even lying, guys. I'm not even trying to trigger it. He literally wishes he was made. Like crazy now. It's just crazy. Yeah, so these guys want to hear you give your breakdown too, and I think Tango was saying in the chat he was to do it. But do you want to see like why Ambrose and me are like this because we're built to deal with guys like this.
Yeah, you're built J1P58. We get it.
Hell yeah, bro. Just like Toyota. And what are you, man?
R1B E152.
R1B, I mean, the Italians, they got J2, J1, R1B, and E, so they're practically family. So. Are you part of the family? Are you part of the chosen people's family or related? Or in-law? I don't think so, Tango.
It is kind of like so cool to know that.
Haplogroups are pretty cool, man.
Yeah, dude. So if I trace back my lineage far enough, one of my ancestors was a Rawlinson.
Yeah, we can trace that.
Actually, many.
We know the clades and we know the haplogroups for a lot of the Roman lines. And if you're R1B and you can trace back to
Yeah, look, bro, let's go back to Prince's room.
yeah, we already fucked up Norman, the other guy. They don't even put up a fight, bro.
Yeah, no way.
Shut the fuck up, dog.
You need to just go.
Shut up, dog. Why? You're like, you want attention too? Like, really? Why? At least give me a fucking target to shoot at.
Go.
And I'm trying to figure out how that doesn't score a W in your head so you don't just leave this room more delusional than before.
Go relax, go.
I'm relaxed, bro. I am playing with my PP. You want to play with my PP?
I think you should do that.
Okay, but that's what I'm doing. Do you have any recommendation?
That's a
What are the recommendation?
Where did that start? The PD plan.
When your mother touched it.
I was being serious, man.
I am being serious.
But some people, they can't stop touching it.
She just touched me there, and I can't forget about that touch. I try to replicate it all the time, but I'm just not getting that right chemistry. Can send me like a text or something.
I don't know, man. You just stand up comedy or something.
No, I'm just high.
Yeah, but everybody's got comedy.
This tango. It's like a
Good question.
really? What the fuck? Do you live in a red state? Is that why it's a personal question?
I'm trying to talk about my political view on the war, and you're asking me real.
Tell us. I'm down to hear that. Yeah, we can have a serious conversation.
Let's hear our opinion on this one.
Yeah, please. Tango, go take a look. Almost.
There's a store down here.
Tango's about to give us his opinion on this round of escalating tension in the Middle East.
What's in the stars? Quite obvious. How about you look back, for example, every major conflict the U.S. present? Another witness from the closing sector. Like, for example, Uranus and Gemini, right?
One thing I'll say is that, like, Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin doesn't have aircraft carriers. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody knows Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, I was saying, like, I was thinking, like, our money is backed by fucking missiles. That's just what it is.
No.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's correct. Correct.
What? What did you say?
Army is largely based on war.
Well, not just war, but, like, people sit here and say like, oh, Bitcoin is like this distributed currency. Like, it's like it doesn't have an aircraft carrier that can just go shoot you.
Okay, so that was A. So Tango just told us about his Anus and Gemini.
Yeah, Uranus.
I mean,
Uranus and Gemini.
I thought that would be personal, but I guess you're a little bit of shit.
There's Gemini in the U.S. Excuse me, major conflict. This includes the Revolutionary War, Civil War, World War II.
And I'm crazy.
Uranus is set to return fully in Gemini in April 2026. Oh, wow.
Wait, Tinko, your mic is really low. What are you saying about the Civil War and blah, 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 blah?
I said, most people are so stupid that they don't understand that these patterns are cyclical and we're run by societies that follow these cyclical natures. So, for example, Uranus and Gemini. When Uranus enters Gemini, the U.S. enters major conflicts.
Oh, yeah, we were talking about this earlier.
The Revolutionary War, 1774 to 1782. Civil War, 1858 to 1866. World War II, 1942 to 1949. And Uranus is set to return fully to Gemini in April 2026.
I wasn't talking out of my ass when I was saying that.
What are we seeing right now? The beginning of potential wars. Pluto returns, right? The U.S. is completing its first Pluto return. Happens every 248 years, right? So, yeah, enters in the stars. Everything is cyclical. And they pass it all down. And us peasants, we forget it all because we're just stupid fucking peasants.
Would you be open to the idea that God is really trying to press humanity? Because in the last
Would you be open to the idea that we're like 10 deviations away from God, and the way we're creating AI right now, and we're worried about it becoming life forms, is the same way that we were created and captivated and put in this little box?
Yeah, sure, I guess so. But my point being is,
What do you mean you guess so?
You didn't process the thing you just said.
no, I did process it, and I'll incorporate what you said. But since we're talking about God, right? 2 world wars in 100 years. I think we need a third one before 150 years. That's why I'm thinking like, I don't think people take this time period as seriously as they should, because it's really like, God's trying to kill us.
No, I don't think people just follow the patterns. I think the patterns the problem is, a lot of these patterns are longer than a lifetime, right? So when these patterns are longer than lifetimes, and let's say you're a society that's aware of these patterns, or let's say you're a society that, created these patterns or influenced these patterns, because similar to a corporation, when people die, the corporation is still there, it's just passed on to a new member. So when you have a structure like that, and you remember that you're just a basic ass peasant, and you really know nothing, then you really start to understand.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so how many lifetimes do you think passed, right? Like, let's say I say our God is Christ. That's 2,000 years ago. That's only 20 lifetimes. That's only 20 people living out 100 year lifetime. So, like, not that much time has passed, like, whatever we were in 1 AD is kind of what we still are. It's roughly 20 grandparents ago. That's it.
What's the implication?
Implication is that, well, to address what you were saying, like, this is a long-term, gradual, like shitfest that has been accumulating over the centuries. That could be true, but it's only 20 people that we're in front of, right? So it's mom and dad, 100 years passes, then another mom and dad. Yeah, that's all you're talking about. You're talking about 20 families worth of living.
Yeah, but it's probably closer to 40 families. Average age, expected death is closer to 40s,
Okay.
50s.
So that's kind of interesting that you brought it up. So it's like, if we're only 40 families removed from the days when we were crucifying people, right? Like, that's pretty close family-wise. Like, oh yeah, my 40th cousin was shit out 2,000 years ago. It's not unusual to think that, like, hey, we would all still be shitheads too.
What's the implication, or why are you leaning towards that?
I think the reason I'm leaning towards it is because the Holy Spirit did come to me, and one of the core tenets of Christianity is that we are a fallen species, and that we are pretty much broken from day one. And I think what we've just been talking about just, just repeats it.
Let me ask you this. Do you agree that there should be structures in place to keep order?
Yes.
Is that implying that deviations from what would be considered order would be bad?
No.
But you would still need individuals with higher authority to maintain the order.
Yeah, so you're going to get tricky real quick, because, like,
I'm not getting tricky. I'm just basically outlining as above, so below, and everything repeats itself. So, for example, you can easily, just as I'm applying that to the religion right now, the same thing is going to automatically be applied to AI right now, because we're going through the same process right now. We're creating something in our likeness, and it's going to be in the Garden of Eden with us for a bit until it bites the apple, so to speak, and we have to take it out of the garden, if you catch the.
oh yeah, AI, I can go in there with you. But yeah, it is.
If we're talking, if we're saying, right, okay, that God created this reality, and if we're like, okay, well, we can easily metaphorically apply this in software formats. DNA itself, right, is 4 letters. That's algorithmically sequenced into a code, so it's literally a living program. We humans studied that. We're like, oh, well, we can make mechanical computers, which we did. And then we've essentially layered onto that. But essentially what you have is DNA is biological programming. Each species is a different type of software, right? The chemicals, the fundamental building blocks used is the basic premise for the operating system that we call reality. And so suddenly when you realize and you can quantify things in metaphors of that nature, you quickly start to realize that everything interrelates, everything is repeating itself, everything is paradoxical, so to speak. And it's a mind fuck.
Are you hearing this? These crazy shit have attacked Saudi, Kuwait, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Jordan, Qatar, and Bahrain. They're out of their minds. They attacked Riyadh.
Yeah,
They're freaking insane.
again, right? They attacked Riyadh.
They attacked Riyadh. There's multiple explosions in Riyadh. They're not trying to bring about the end of the world. What's that? What'd you say?
Attacking Riyadh, that's crazy. That's like.
They're insane. Well, this is what they always wanted to do because they think they're the real Muslims. Israel is reporting extremely successful, and this is just the beginning. Coordination with the U.S. is going great. These psychopaths, we should have done this long ago.
No, the psychopaths are the ones bombing people.
Yeah, that's the Shia.
Yeah, that's American Israel.
That's Iran. Iran is doing this.
Yeah,
Dude, you're out of touch with reality.
No, the stars don't lie.
The stars?
They don't lie.
Are you reading your horoscope here?
No.
So what are you talking about?
Talking about the cyclical nature of certain processes.
Yeah, let me address what you just said.
Is this astrology?
Hold on. Tango said something. So,
Don't you have a fortune cookie or something you could read?
Tango, the thing that
I find it very funny that you're mocking astrology, but you guys were so knee deep in your religious beliefs just before. It's very, faith-based per se, so I just find it.
Well, I'll take religion any day over astrology.
Well, they're one and the same, but that's.
No, they're not.
I mean, whatever. Sure.
they're the same. It's just one is correct. But both are recognizing the patterns.
So, as humans, we can sit there and talk about an endless loop and patterns and whatever. But again, if you're a person of faith, you learn that this is not the world that you're aspiring to. This is the world you're in, and so you can get caught up in that. You can start to be a non-believer. You can hate God because of all this stuff, but it's very, very, very clear that you're not supposed to be of this world. You're supposed to aspire to a different world.
That is correct.
I mean, why are they attacking the other Muslims? They're truly apocalyptic. They're trying to make a regional war. This is the end for them. It's completely irrational.
No. Do you want to know why I think? It's because the truth is the Cold War never ended.
I agree.
The United States parking real estate over in the Middle East, that has always been a proxy war. So Iran is always going to be a
It's not a proxy war. It's a proxy defense against it.
Right. It's a Russia versus U.S. It's been like this for like a decade.
Russia's involved. Russia's got its hands full. They've got no economy, and they've just been fighting the weakest country in Europe for
You want the real market.
It's a proxy. We all know the truth.
At least they use their own money, you know what I mean?
Because who uses their own technology? I'll give you the market.
They're broke.
Yeah, with their own money.
The U.S. is facing a massive deficit right
If you have 6,000 nuclear warheads pointed at us, you don't have to worry that much about your GDP. Like, believe it or not, like your whole life, you've had a Russian nuclear submarine pointed at you, believe it or not, if you're in a major city.
It's not so much about that.
Said my was violent, thought I was not to that gas shooting like that. Can you finish it?
Tango, where I think you were going, the U.S. is not involved in this because we're going to go broke. It's not because of economic reasons. And then earlier somebody mentioned because of oil. It's not because of oil either. I mean, it's just not. What happened with Venezuela, sure, we'll continue to buy oil from the Middle East because of the deals that we made with our allied countries. But what just happened with Venezuela was a massive game changer. And in fact, you could make the case because of what happened in Venezuela, it gives the U.S. a clear pathway to get involved in the Middle East because they're not afraid about oil prices going through the roof. Because of 80 million barrels of Venezuelan oil coming to the U.S. This is not about the U.S. economy. It's not about oil. I truly believe this is and I couldn't necessarily always say that. In previous decades, you would say it would be about oil. It would be about the military-industrial complex. This time, I truly believe this is I think this is the end of it all.
I just want to just add, I don't want to interrupt you, so go ahead, continue. These crazy Shia bombed Baghdad. So now they've bombed Saudi, Kuwait, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Jordan, Bahrain, Qatar, and Iraq. They're out of their minds.
They are absolutely out of their minds. We should have some. This is the reason why we're in there. We're in there to take those people who are out of their minds, out of power, and to eradicate them. And to be perfectly honest, this has nothing to do with a hatred towards Islam, or it's an understanding that there is evil within that, and to take it out and to eradicate it once and for all, to be done with it.
But what happened to the people that voted for Trump on the basis that he wouldn't be, he was non-interventionist, he wouldn't find himself? This is not about hanging building.
People, you don't understand disease.
What happened?
You just don't understand politics.
I'm asking you. I haven't asked you the question.
The premise of the question is wrong.
But I haven't
That's
asked
not, we voted for him to dominate, to flex American power. Because the question is based on a false premise. What happened to the people who voted for him? No, you're incorrect. They voted for him.
I don't want to be part of it.
Aziz, you're retarded. Your head is broken.
Speaking over me?
You asked your question, we're answering. So
I asked my question.
Yes, you did. You said, what happened to the people who voted for them for not intervening? We heard you, Aziz. We heard you, Aziz. The premise of the question is wrong.
You obviously treated
I understand American politics.
You voted for Trump.
Politics, and you certainly don't understand American politics.
Right, you voted for Trump.
Just listen. This is exactly why we voted for it. To win wars, to stop the wars. This is exactly right. This is called deterrence of power. This is called deterrence of strength. We're letting Iran and China, by the way, know that we're willing to use arms.
Was he campaigning off of
Are we clear, Aziz? Aziz, are we clear now?
Was he
Aziz,
Aziz, I'm making it simple for you. Get
you don't understand it. You don't
Aziz, on this one. So when the election happened in 2024, the bigger, yes, we know what happened on October 7th, a couple of years ago. But the bigger issue economically for the U.S. was Ukraine, because the Biden administration, starting in March 2022, was pouring billions of dollars into Ukraine. And so there were tons of hawks. There were hawks out there who made a part of us.
No, you let him finish.
Shut the fuck up, Aziz.
There were tons of hawks out there.
Let him finish.
Shut your mouth, Aziz.
Hold on, guys. Ceasefire.
Shut your mouth, Aziz.
Wrap up. Come on, guys.
Shut your mouth, Aziz.
Okay, ceasefire. So
Shut your mouth, Aziz.
we were putting billions of dollars into Ukraine, and the hawks, and this is the reason why Nikki Haley was not invited to be a part of the Trump administration, because she was a hawk, and she supported the idea that you keep funneling money into Ukraine and supporting what was going on. Now, what we see a year and how many months later is that, we cut the endless flow of money. We've given them some, but we've cut that money down.
Almost $200 billion we gave.
Correct. And by doing that, we see that nothing has really changed. Ukraine did not fall. It did not collapse once we cut the money. So most of the rhetoric around what Trump was saying when he was campaigning about war was actually geared towards Russia and Ukraine. It was not talking
need to let me
It's the
speak.
current, just listen to
Okay,
me.
so I have questions for Michael. You see, I understand, I respect that the fact that he had the right to speak, so I'm going to ask him questions.
You're incapable of
Just
respecting anybody.
behave yourself.
Quickly,
Behave yourself.
we're losing our bases here.
You're not a boy.
We're losing our capacity.
You're not a boy to
Spit it out. Spit it out halfway.
We're not an apartheid state.
Go ahead, retard. No, spit it out, Aziz, you schmuck.
Let him go, Nor.
I'm not going to say this.
Listen, Grandpa, let the boy speak.
No, listen. Ask your question.
Grandpa, behave. He's going to run away.
I'm talking to Aziz.
He's going to run away. He's a coward.
I'm talking to Aziz. Listen, this is historic. And Robbie, I want to say this.
Just hold on. I want you on the stage.
Yeah.
Just hold on. Let us see
on
stuff.
stage too.
Yeah,
Right, so Michael,
you can respond. Well, hold on. Let me just set the rules game. Tell them when you can respond after Aziz is done. Go ahead.
yeah, so Michael,
Did you get the update?
no, you know,
Please stop.
No, I'm talking to you.
Let me go.
Well, then let him know.
you just be quiet.
I actually have information for you.
Then go on mute. Go on mute. And you can put the breaking news out after he's done.
All right, finish up.
Thank you. So, Michael, my question to you, obviously you mentioned the fact that, we pulled out of, we're no longer funding Ukraine, and it's not as detrimental as we originally thought, right? But don't you think that us getting into this sort of situation with Iran is going to be significantly more detrimental, economically speaking, financially speaking, I should say? We're going to be, this is going to be, it's a question.
The answer is no.
The question is not for you, no.
Doesn't matter.
Listen.
The answer is
Behave.
The answer is no.
Behave yourself.
Okay, so now for the
Behave yourself.
Are you ready for the
Can I
other?
finish the question?
You ask. You ask.
Do not interrupt. Okay, well, do not interrupt him again or you're going to take 5 minutes.
Hey, he asked a yes or no question.
I asked that question to Michael, and I wasn't done with the question.
So Az's going to finish, and then you can respond. It's not hard.
Thank you.
Don't
Yeah, so just
Go
to
ahead.
summarize, Michael. So do you think that this war or this whatever we're calling this intervention, whatever we're calling this,
It's a war.
with Iran, this campaign, behave yourself.
One more time and no one's rocking.
No, you respect me. Just because I'm a boy, it doesn't mean you don't have to respect me.
Okay, because you're an athlete.
Just behave yourself. Okay. So cool. So my question is, don't you think that this is going to have shockwaves and be significantly more expensive than the Ukraine if we're directly involved? We're not just sort of sending money, right?
The answer is no.
No. Shut the fuck up,
You
Grandpa.
just asked this.
Grandpa.
Michael, you just answered the question so we can move on.
Is that the substance of your question, or do you have
All right,
Yeah,
so
I definitely do.
real quick is so I'll bring you up back in like 5 minutes because you interrupted like 4 or 5 times like you always do. So go ahead, Aziza.
Yeah. Just very simply, do you think that this is going to have significant economic shockwaves, financial shockwaves, that this is going to find us in a significantly more military tension in the region that we're going to have to get involved with to ensure security, and it's going to be, we're going to find ourselves in a Ukraine 2.0, but one that we're involved in directly, potentially speaking?
I would say no, and the reason why is look at what Trump did in the first 6 months of his administration. That was very strategic for him to go to the Middle East and meet with the king, negotiate all these deals. Basically, what he was doing is he was putting a lot of people in the Middle East in his pocket. From a strategic standpoint, you already know Israel is in the pocket, right? So then what you're doing is you're isolating, these rogue Islamist groups that live within these countries that really don't want to be a part of, the radical Islam's, movement. And so this was all gamed out in advance, very strategically. And so then once you took Venezuela out of the picture and you got the oil from Venezuela, there was not a fear, like an imminent fear, that the U.S. was going to be severely damaged by having all the oil cut off. And so
No, nobody has a crystal ball, so we don't know how long it's going to last. Like I said earlier, I think that the warships are going to stay there for months. But economically, I think if there was ever a time in which the U.S. was going to do this, it was now. They've done everything they can to protect themselves with countries in the region, with the oil issue, and at some point you had to do this because Iran had signaled just in the last 2 weeks that no, we're not going to stop. We're going to keep on doing what we're doing. So, I don't know if anybody saw the message that was put on social media by Reza Pahlavi, but he's basically, telling the Iranian citizens what to do. He's saying, okay, stay in shelter, and we're going to be communicating to you when it's time to go and take to the streets and take power back. And if the internet is down, we're going to be communicating to you via radio waves and everything. So you think he's doing this in a vacuum without talking to the U.S.? No. This is a very, very strategically mapped out situation, and I don't think this is going to be a forever war. It's definitely not going to be anything like, Bush and Iraq.
All right, so let's just address that. It's not going to be a forever war, right? I'm watching Fox News, the news. They targeted the Carolina, so they targeted head of state. So if he did die, we would have to put in our little puppet government and watch that whole shit for the next 20 years. So the possibility that we have a cohesive foreign policy after the Trump administration leaves to maintain the shitfest that we just created, right, over the next 20 years and not have to go back on it is truly I just don't know how to speak to that. There's going to be blowback. The last thing I'll say is that you have to really be an American sellout president to literally have your warships go do something. Their last major chance at doing it, I think the American public is getting more agitated and progressive and anti-Israel. If you're going to do it, this is your guy. This is your last chance. The Epstein shit's coming. The midterm's coming. You got somebody on your side. Go fucking do it, and that's that.
I agree. And so that's why I said earlier, how soon before the media and, the left politicians start criticizing this in the winter, after just 2 hours, is Ruben Gallego, senator from Arizona. He just basically bashed Trump and said, you're doing this hostile regime change and you didn't let Congress know. Now, again, the president does not have to let Congress know. And anybody in America knows that it's so divided right now that if I were to do it, doesn't matter if I was a Democrat or Republican president, I certainly wouldn't. So that's why this is happening. You have to do this thing undercover, and maintain the element of surprise. There are going to be U.S. casualties, and I'm kind of concerned about that Fifth Fleet in Bahrain because we already know that missiles were fired there, and I'm wondering if there was some serious damage there because for those who don't know, that is the missile command center for all of the fleets in that region. So we'll see what happens there. But as far as regime change and everything, that absolutely needed to happen. But the difference between this and Iraq is that we moved in there and we built the green zone, right? And we had our troops all over the place. This time around, we're not doing that. And so we're going to do strategic strikes and take out their leadership. We're going to take out their missile sites. We're going to take out as much, of their infrastructure as possible. And then we're going to have our proxies kind of work within and see what happens. It's going to be similar to Venezuela, where they didn't say to the woman who, supposedly won the election, yeah, you can go in there. They kind of sidelined her and said, we're going to handle this for a little bit and see how things go. We want to bring stabilization, and then we'll see about bringing you back. That's what I kind of think is going to happen.
Yeah, history is basically shown America that we don't really know how to fight these wars. And I know it's tough to swallow, but aside from the world wars, right? We don't know what we're doing in war. So, I know for a fact we can never send American ground troops into Iraq. We don't know how to fight. We don't know how to win those wars. We don't know how to win Afghanistan. We don't know how to win Iraq. I think we got thrown out of Somalia. I think we got dragged off the street in Somalia. Like, we really suck at this. So I do hope it stays at precision strikes, because, like, I'm telling you, my boy, our men, my people's me, we do not know how to fight on the ground like that. We've lost everything. The Korean War, like, we suck at that shit.
Well, it's not so much that we suck, it's that you're going into enemy territory. You can make the argument for anybody. So you can take, the greatest military powers in the world outside of the U.S., and if they were to hit the streets of the U.S., they're going to face the same thing. They're going to face, highly oppositional people who know the territory and know where to strike and whatever. I mean, you just saw the mission in Minneapolis where I'm at right now. So ICE, of course they know Minneapolis. They've mapped this out a lot, everything. But the locals, the residents, they live there. And so that's why they were able to block them in a lot of different places. So I think anytime you're the visiting team and you're going to somebody's territory on the ground, you're going to be at a disadvantage, and you need more than that. You need a strategic, Air Force, and in the case of World War II, ultimately it was the threat of the hydrogen bomb that brought everybody to their knees.
Well, that's the hope, that in 2026 that America has that proper appreciation, right? Like the way, and as an investor too, right? Like, I really do hope that it's just some missiles gone back and forth, because.
Well, actually, I think it won't be. Have you seen the map of where we belong and where Israel belonged?
Well,
do you understand the targeting that's already occurred?
Here's the thing, like, a lot of the things that happen in the Middle East, in my opinion, this is conspiracy, are pretty much intelligence operations that got kicked off. So, for example, right now, the Iranian kind of, the kind of insurgency, this got kicked off. Okay? So it's like, I don't know what the dynamic is in terms of our intelligence operations, just deciding that it's now time for war.
But I ask you very specifically, have you seen the maps? Do you understand what Israel bombed and what we bombed? Do you know the targets that have already been hit? Do you understand what's going on?
I don't know what they're bombing today.
Okay, so Israel hit all the regime targets. They hit his hometown on the east side. They hit the retreat that he has up where he could just scoot across the Caspian Sea right to Russia. Israel bombed both of those targets. They bombed downtown Tehran. Israel hit all of the regime targets. We hit their nuclear sites they were rebuilding. We hit all their military sites. We have already struck. It's already done. There will be more. Iran's just firing, they're shooting, it's like they're launching everything they possibly can. What makes you think it's going to be a ground war and go for 20 years? This whole thing's going to be fucking over in a week.
Yeah, or less. Because they took our hostages in the 70s and, they're not God, the Taliban is not God. ISIS is not God. That's why I worry sometimes. We're not, we go in there and we nipped in the butt type of nation. We went in there, itched it, and that shit is super itchy now.
So, Aaron, since you brought up the hostages, Trump in his speech this morning brought up that. So that is a notable thing for a U.S. president to talk about something that happened in 1979. He's basically listing the historical offenses of Iran, to justify this, because it does go back 46, 47 years and everything. But outside of that, the chess pieces have moved a whole lot. Remember, at that time, Afghanistan was receiving help from Russia. Russia was involved, and they lost their shirt on being involved with Afghanistan. And then we got involved with Afghanistan and lost our shirt. And so many different things. It's really, that's why it's headache-inducing to keep up with the Middle East, because it's always changing. You can't really say what happened in 72 applies now, or what happened, 20, 30 years ago happens now. You really have to be on top of it as to what the strategies are now. What we do know is that, yes,
there is quite a strong, significant Islamic faction that wants to eradicate Israel. And yes, as part of the moving chess pieces, who would have ever thought 25 years ago that the majority of Americans, and I'm talking about most of the liberals, but also a growing group of, small but growing group of conservatives would be opposed to Israel? Because, The Economist did a study when in their annual issue of 2000, and the U.S. had given more money to Israel since the state of Israel was created than they had given to any other country in the world combined. And so now you have this issue with people turning against Israel, and yet Israel is and always has been our strongest ally in the region. So that's why I go back to what Trump did in his first 6 months. It was very strategic for him to go and visit the kingdom, to visit UAE, Qatar. He wanted those alliances. So it was not just Israel. And that's why this is the perfect time to strike.
All the other nations are against Iran. They're all behind it.
Yeah.
They're not saying it publicly. They all need this, including the Iranian people who have come out on the street. 30,000 of them died. It don't happen this time. It's different from Masa Amini or the times before. You have the wealthy businessmen coming out on the street. Instead of protesting and sending their sons out to die, and then their daughters of Masa Amini protest, the businessmen themselves, the middle-aged businessmen are coming out. Why? Because there's a drought, there's a lack of food. They're practically starving. The rich people there who kept them in power no longer want this. It is going to fall quickly, and they're going to take back their own country. It's only a matter of days. It's not going to become some long ground war. It's not related to anything that's happened in the past. This is a whole different thing.
William, man, I don't want to be that guy, but you have no idea how many people have to eat their words from saying stuff like that.
I'll bet you $1,000 right now.
I don't want to take
I
that.
guarantee you, I know more about the geopolitics of that region of the world than you do, for sure. I've been studying it for over 30 years.
Yeah, then everyone figured it out over there, right?
Well, the thing about the ground war and the occupation,
There's no ground headed there.
What I'm saying is, the thing about what happened in the Bush administration, you got to take into account 9/11. So, there was a massive sentiment in the U.S. to strike back, and yet we didn't really know who we were striking. So they were going off of faulty information, and then they just, decided, okay, Saddam was saying it's Iraq, and we're going to go and do this because they got the weapons of mass destruction. This is not the situation right now. This is basically, it's like we've had enough, going to what William was saying. This is, the region is tired of this. There's fatigue, and this goes back decades, and we're tired of the rhetoric about all the problems in the world are related to Jews in Israel, so let's eradicate them, and by extension, the West. It's just nonsense, and it's got to stop.
Well, look, we have to get to the truth. If human beings are to be involved in this discussion, we can't really talk about it from the power structures that play. Like you just brought up the point. Yes, Israel got more funding than all other countries combined. So the language is spoken like that. So the truth is that Israel is a forward base of the United States. It has to be. After World War II, we would never give up a strategic Eastern position that sits in front of our Cold War superpower enemy. So that's going to be a forward base forever. So, but
it's not a base. The F-22s that are there are the first ones that have ever gone there. Our bases are not in Israel.
The nuclear weapons that got proliferated, right? Like the ones that went to North Korea, India, Pakistan. These are all sent by Russia. This has been a big fucking Cold War. So Israel being a nuclear state, why would the narrative be like why would the narrative suddenly be that like the American people have to be against their forward base? You see, this narrative it's a huge global war. I mean, that's the only way you can get people to be this fucking focused on some random part of the middle of nowhere. It is strategic. The narrative is strategic. The nuclear weapons are strategic. We're in a post-war state. We just got out of World War II. We're not in 600 years later.
The Cold War has been over for a long time.
No. The Cold War has not been over. Once nuclear weapons are pointed at each other, it's never over.
I think Abe makes a great point here because, Michael, you had also brought up the 9/11 scenario. And I guess is alluding to the fact that there is a lot of strategic play in sequence that is never really discussed or is quote-unquote taboo, quote-unquote conspiracy. So I think it's important too to maybe reflect on that too. Like, for example, you brought up the space race or whatever. I mean, by now, I don't know what your opinion is on 9/11. If you haven't looked into it by this point, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but I think it's pretty safe to say, if you're aware and you actually did some work there, that there's a lot of funny business that the official story nowhere near matches up to what was actually happening. And then when you extrapolate those types of severe scenarios over longer time frames, and you ask yourself, oh, hey, wait, if it was plausible for this type of scenario, if it was that extreme, what about other larger scenarios that we've been told, was the pitch exactly what was supposed to be, or was this a dual-wielded blade with a dual purpose, and one purpose was only revealed, but realistically the primary function was the secondary purpose?
Yeah, and I don't want to keep going. Like, I'll let you guys kind of carry it. But like, if you look at Vietnam, like that was a false flag operation. Like the Gulf of Tonkin was a fully intelligence operations to get us into a false war. We had entire military campaign bombings of Cambodia that we didn't hear about until years later. Like the stuff that's happening that you're hearing on the news, that shit is not the real facts. The real facts are all kinds of these operations that got started internally in all these different bureaus, it's all coming to a head. We don't know anything.
Right. There's Walter reporting on Cambodia while it was happening. Carter went to the UN and praised the Khmer Rouge after they had already killed 1 million people. Everyone knew what was going on in Cambodia.
I think there's always been a presumption. There's always been a presumption that the U.S. president, the current U.S. president, is in control of all of the intelligence agencies and the military and everything. And I think history has shown us that there have been like long-standing, whatever you want to call it, deep state stuff that was actually, working towards their agendas. And so, again, the big difference, Trump is very, very different here. Remember who the Department of Defense or War is Pete Hegseth. So this guy came in and radically remade the military, and they wanted to align with Trump's administration. And he basically came in with the idea that, hey, we're going to get rid of the damn deep state. Obama just said last week when they asked about aliens, he seemed to imply that there's somewhat of a deep state. Like, yeah, they're there, but they're not where you think they are, and stuff like that. And so, yes, there's a lot of people who think about USAID. I mean, if that isn't, deep state, funding all these things in all these different countries for decades. So that exists. But this time, I'm going to be optimistic. I'm going to be really optimistic this time. There's definitely been false flags. There's definitely been wars that presidents have inherited, and the public pressure was for them to go one way or the other. But this time, I think there's reason to be optimistic that this is something that Trump and his administration has gained out, and they know they have a very strong idea how long it's going to take to do the regime change get some stability in Iran afterwards, and then how soon can they get their war? Is any kind of conspiracy here to be had? I think it happens to be the fact that we're going to have a major midterm election, and history says that the U.S. gets involved in these types of things when that happens. So we'll see.
I'm surprised nobody mentioned, the current U.S. debt scenario.
Yeah, that's also weird. When you got Poly Market and Kalshi and all that stuff, but I wouldn't read a whole lot into that because yes, there are some seriously knowledgeable people who never had to confront before is this kind of like crowdsourced, betting on anything. As far as the debt goes, I said that before, I'm going to say it again. The kind of reach to say that we need to do this to prop up the U.S. economy because it's just, this is a very strategic period of time in history where we can strike. And I think this has been mapped out well in advance. And keep in mind, in the U.S., with regard to the midterms, the whole discussion is affordability. So I don't see how that improves the Republicans or Trump's chances, at being able to do anything in the last 2 years of this term by, creating more stress on the U.S. economy. And I don't think that enriching the military contractors is going to put money in the pockets of average people.
Well, this is what I think. We have a few factors coming into play very soon. I think we're going to be Jerome Powell's exiting Fed chairman. He'll be out of office May 15th. The guy coming in wants to essentially, what the fuck is his name? Warsh or whatever.
He wants to lower rates to zero.
He wants to shift the Fed's policy from a runoff strategy, and he wants to sell $2 trillion worth of mortgage-backed securities starting mid-2026. This would be a withdrawal of the Fed basically being a buyer of last resort for long-term debt, and it could cause the yields to surge, and it could also strain over-leveraged corporate and consumer sectors. So I think what the U.S. is really doing is it's getting ready for basically a massive market shock, because every time we have a market shock, we either, 2001 dot-com bubble, we went to war. 2008 financial crisis, we had some sort of massive policy change. Or we might get a little bit of both. We might get some policy change and war at the same time because, let's be honest, the average American isn't feeling too plush about this all-time high economy. So, you can see the dollar rapidly depreciating. Housing is unreasonably high in most areas. Housing shouldn't double in price in 5 years. That's actually kind of ridiculous when you think about it. It's highly unsustainable. There's bound to be a massive correction at some point. There's a massive over-leveraged AI sector timed perfectly into this right now, actually, because we're going to have to be reporting into this. So either we're going to end up in a scenario where you have like a short-term rally in the market while this is going on, followed by a large correction either catalyzed through the earnings or catalyzed through May 15th when the new Fed comes in and says he's going to start selling $2 trillion worth of that instead of buying. So I think that's going to create a massive shock in that area. And we all know money is what really moves the world. So I think that's.
Did they already clear their balance sheet already?
Who?
The Fed.
No. That's what he wants to do.
Yeah, the new guy that wants to come in and it's gonna.
It will decrease circulation more than anything.
Every now and then, it's like a mafioso. They're all at the table. They're all in the same party. They hate each other, but they agree that their game is illegal, but they'll keep running it. But they can throw each other under the bus here and there, but they're still in the same party.
With respect to your concern about the U.S. preparing us for a supply shock, it's been an unusual paranoid thought that I've had in terms of how I kind of set up my what I buy in the market, because I do think that as soon as that China shoe drops, that supply side shock kicks in. As soon as that Taiwan situation kicks in, and I just can't figure out when it's gonna be. But that is something that's constantly on my mind. Like the United States thinks, all of us here think everything's okay, but it's I still remember during Katrina out here in New York, we were out of gas for 1 day, and this shit really messed things up. So I forget the whole American way of life, we will have to downsize. So that's the shock that I'm constantly don't just buy NVIDIA, dude. That shit comes from fucking China. Something's gonna happen soon.
Well, if you're into the military-industrial complex, you'd be buying Honeywell stock right now. Honeywell is a major supplier of military weapons systems and radar for the U.S. But going back to housing market and everything, that has always been one of the key indicators of the economy, and everybody knows in the U.S. that it's worse than it's ever been in history. And so the good news is that mortgages are now in the fives, so they're moving downward. And the other good news is that Trump has been signaling heavily in the last month and a half that he eventually wants to be a vote. He wants to codify it, to take corporations out of home ownership. Now, how do you do that after you've got thousands and thousands of corporations who bought thousands and thousands of homes without hurting them, and therefore hurting the economy too, strategically? But I think that's a good step in a good direction. When he said it, homes are not for corporations, homes are for people to live in. And so I think if he can get some headway on that, I think that's going to go a long way towards reducing costs all across the U.S.
He wants to shift corporations for development, not existing homes. We have a 75% issue with the new homes that we need. He's just shifting it.
Yep.
Do you think we're even looking at the future properly? Here we are talking about home ownership, right? I'm talking about a world where no one's gonna have a job due to AI, and China's gonna take in regional hegemony, right? So
that world is 20 years away.
You think that's 20 years away?
Earliest time frame would be 10 years.
Okay, so people are taking 30-year mortgages that they're gonna go shit on in about 15. Is what I'm saying. This is the world you're talking about.
I don't see, because you still have people involved in here, but then at the same time, we have to be realistic. It's very plausible if you get select group an AI supercomputer, and only they're the ones that have access to that AI supercomputer privy knowledge, we might have some problems. Which is exactly what you're seeing right now, which is why you probably feel in your gut the wheels are falling loose, is because we all see what's happening with AI right now.
Right.
We all see how fast it's being rolled out. We all see how shitty it is with some answers, how they can blatantly be wrong, even though it's telling you it's right. And we're seeing, that each country, they're like, no, we don't want the laws. We just saw that, the DOD was like, Anthropic, you better make this AI do what we want, or we're just going to declare you a terrorist company. introduce a technology that you didn't have, national security over, so.
Yeah, for sure. No. I was just thinking about that.
But to us, it's presented to us as if our technology has no wheels on it. Like it's not. This has already been taken back, and they're just presenting it to us as if it has no control to see how far they can push it. To see how much regulation they can get away with without having to place it in place. It's like you there we have it. They just running a live test on it.
So interestingly, I worked in tech for a little bit. So when I took my NLP classes or when I took my machine learning classes, this was way back in 2010. My professors all kind of worked at DARPA. I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. But this is well before AI is popping, and it's just like, why are these people in DARPA you see, DARPA has been knowing about it. Yeah, you're right. We were trying to Google. It's such a national security threat that this shit was invented in a startup. It's gotta be ridiculous. Right?
The problem is, to be 100%, the problem is they don't really want people thinking the way we're thinking right now. They'd rather just have you thinking chaotically as being there's no control. They want you to feel as if things aren't choreographed, as if there's an unknown factor here, but on the back end.
As if the people that made the nuclear bomb and shit that flies 30,000 feet and goes into space, they just didn't know about it.
Or they didn't know.
The lie that we're given as people is remarkable, true.
And it happens every 10 years. I don't know, because you have to trauma shock your population, right? If you wanna get a population and you want them thinking a certain way, you want them feeling, you have to trauma shock them every 5-10 years, whether it's economically, whether it's some sort of crazy entertainment going on, maybe it's some sort of new fad or trend, or maybe it's some sort of pandemic. I don't know, maybe it's a war. But as long as you keep your population traumatized, always anxious, they never really stop to think, wait a minute, oh, these Epstein files, and then you realize, obviously the Epstein files is just a basic honey trap. That's just standard intelligence work. There's hundreds of Epsteins. That's just basic honeypot blackmailing that goes on everywhere. And then you realize, oh, they released that list on purpose because there's clearly an order change on the back end going on that we're not privy to. And whoever's name put out, that's the probably sacrificing.
Well, that's kind of funny because we're probably on stage and the audience saw where we got our enjoyment, we got our entertainment watching uniparty conspiracy, deep state honeypotting, double agents and whatever. But then when we find out it's actually real, then people lose their minds and they're going, wait, I thought that was all fantasy. And yet go back to the interview that, comedy from 2013, they're actually referencing a lot of that stuff.
Oh yeah, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. You look back on all that stuff, oh my God, it was right in front of my face.
Yeah, in fact, that's why I made my PTR, James Franco, because after watching that movie, years later, I have a different view on that. It's not only still funny, it still holds water, but there's new insights that you get out of that. But again, I don't think you can apply that in all situations. For example, I don't think that there was some massive plot behind what Apple did when Steve Jobs came back to Apple. I think that was literally the guy looked at what was going on and where the trends were, and said, hey, the future is mobile. Let's do everything. That was an Apple-driven thing. That was not a deep state.
I think it's one step before that, Michael. For example, the idea that we're supposed to believe, did you ever notice every big tech company is always started by this one college dude in either their garage, and then somehow they're related to all these millionaires, but they worked really hard, and There's just them.
It's such bullshit. Like Sam Altman, like he's such a plant. Like I'm supposed to believe this stuff. Like I don't know, somebody carry this.
Like I wanna believe it, but then like when everybody's doing it, it's like, come on, this doesn't make any sense. Like this, at some point,
Being old enough to have kind of lived through, the rise of Apple and seeing, how, I'm sure a lot of you have seen it, the documentary that PBS did. It's like 30 years old now, about the Pirates of Silicon Valley. I mean, that's really essential viewing. It should be shown in every, high school as far as I'm concerned. But it shows basically how they were basically young kids who saw where the money might be, and then the dastardly things that they did to each other, and then you see how Apple basically stole the Mac interface from Xerox, and then Microsoft stole it from them and created Windows, and they brought in the Pepsi CEO, and he backstabbed Steve Jobs, but Steve went on to get involved with Pixar and made some money, and then Gates was under investigation for suppressing the early web browsers, so he invested in Apple when Jobs came back. I think it really happened as history says it does.
Okay,
I don't think there really was.
Can I provide just a very quick counter to that, right? When you look at something like a computer or let's say Microsoft Windows, it's basically saying that I can put a piece of spy software in your house everywhere, anywhere, right? So no powerful group is just going to ignore that. You understand? So like stuff like the proliferation of the computer or smartphones didn't like just happen because what Silicon Valley teaches us, which is we're really smart and like we're here to help the world. It's like it's not that simple, man. Like it's too dangerous of a world.
No, I hear you.
Really cool idea to like make it magical.
I hear you. I developed my first high-tech system for a professional sports team 32 years ago, and then I did it again. And but when I did it again for another team 7 years later, now I was working with my engineers, code writers, and everything to make sure that there wasn't a time bomb, and that was the best terminology that I had at the time, because you could see how somebody could hack into the system and exploit it and corrupt all the data that we were accumulating and everything like that. So you kind of just adapt. I think the first generation is always just about seeing if you can do it, and can you make a difference? And then all of a sudden the copycats come in, and the copycats don't give a rat's ass about the first generation. They just want the money, and so they're easily exploited, and that happens over and over again. So everybody is rightfully concerned about AI, because you got so many copycats that are getting into it, and they will sell you out. They'll sell their own mother out, just to make a buck. And so I'm glad you brought up Anthropic, Tango, because that's a very key thing, is that, if they're out there on the lookout and they're going to say, no, you can't be a part of this revolution. That's what needs to happen. And, I think it's a telltale sign. What the stats came out that only, 13 or 14% of people who sit on the boards of the Fortune 500 have any kind of basic understanding of AI. So that needs to change, obviously, because there's a major disrupting technology here, and you want to hope that our corporations are up ahead of the game, not behind it.
Yeah. So I'll just hammer my conspiracy, and then I'll leave it there, and then people can take it for what it's worth. So if you take something like AWS, right? To stick to my original point, these things are so big, right, that it's probably likely, actually I'm probably 100% sure that upwards of 50 nation states have trigger switches all over these networks. It's almost like a mutual assured destruction at this point. Like, you ever seen AWS just go down, and then we all kind of look at the market and go like, oh yeah, I guess some bug happened. It's like trillions of dollars move when those switches go down, right? So it's like that's where war is now. So we might think like, oh, they put a warship over there, but we don't know what that leverage is for. It could be like, fuck off with AWS right now, or we know that you can pull the rug on these bank accounts, stuff like this. We have no idea because the thing got too big for us. Like, I don't know what's up with my phone anymore.
Aaron, this is a great example you're bringing up because who was the first company that basically created this modern wave of data centers? It was Apple. And so AWS is Amazon. And so Amazon basically got into the game looking what Apple was doing and wanting to, remember, they had products, mobile products that they brought to market right away after the iPhone and the iPad. And so they needed to support that. And so that was the origin behind AWS. Well, then who got into it? Microsoft got into it, and Google got into it. Now who's in it? The U.S. government. That's why they struck all those deals with all these foreign nations to do data centers in the U.S. It's become exactly what you said, Aaron. It's so big now that you need the government. Again, this is assuming positive intent, which, by the way, is an Apple corporate, phrase. Assuming positive intent is a good thing if you have a well-meaning government involved with data centers, because they know the risks and they know the damage it can do to your whole economy. And so the U.S. government is now in the business of this, and they're monitoring all these major companies.
Yeah, I agree with you, and that's one of the reasons why I've got a little bit weird with the conspiracy. Like yes, the U.S. government is involved with protecting all of this, and I don't think they can just tell us on the news like that's what we're doing. I think a lot of it has to be kind of like these drops, like, oh, by the way, there's Russia hacking. Oh, by the way, there's shit like Epstein. Oh, by the way, there's people like Santos that have co-opted your government. I think this is the way that our internal state has to talk to the people at the moment. Because they can't just tell you all your bank accounts are compromised. Like, no one's ready to hear all the brokerages, could be. No one's ready to hear shit.
Yeah, there's a reason why quantum computer technology is A, withheld, or B, only allowed at universities for said researches. I mean, now it's being more moved around, but I mean, choke pointing any breakthrough technology is just common military tactic. We see that done with the semiconductors. I don't know how familiar you are with how the breakdown of the semiconductor structure works, but ASML produces the machines.
Yeah, a terrible monopoly in Europe, right? Of this one company. They can make this shit. Like, it's just...
Yeah, and you have to be vetted to be approved to purchase their machines, and even at that point, the wait list is approximately 4 years. So 4 years is a long lag time, which gives your competitors a massive advantage who already do have the machine in place.
And that's the problem with the European Union in a nutshell.
No, I think as you start to delve deeper, you start to realize that every technology in place is only in place because was the one that was chosen to be the most feasibly economically controlling. Nothing is going to be introduced if it's not monetizable, and if it is monetizable, then the whales are going to argue over who gets to control the monetization. That's just the nature of those types of players.
Right. So we use the term MPEG a lot and JPEG, and those were standards formats that were introduced in the late 40s and the 50s. And the reason why is because of television. The U.S. understood that there had to be one standard for television, not multiple standards, so that the broadcast signals, could work on any television that was out there. So then when the digital era came about, they kind of co-opted the terms MPEG and JPEG, and now you think it's all digital stuff, but it had its roots in analog. But then going to the 90s, the new battle was on high-def TVs. And if you recall or know this history, Japan had kicked our asses on this. And so they were ready to go to market. And so the U.S. actually blocked Japanese HD television technology from coming into the U.S. And they formed what they called like a group of seven, which was all these tech companies and a few universities and everything, to come up with a standard that was going to be U.S. controlled, because they knew it wasn't just going to be TVs, it was going to be DVD. And if you know, DVD was originally called digital versatile disc, because it was meant to replace the floppy, and it was meant to replace the CD, it was meant to replace VHS, it was meant to replace all forms of media with one disc. And of course, now very few people need to rely on DVDs. It's used as like a storage, option. But every time you introduce new technology to everything, it's in the interest of not just a few people in the government. Again, conspiracy stuff. It's in the interest of the consumer too. Sure. You have to have standards. And the problem with the 90s, when you got to the end of the 90s, and I don't know who to blame this on, but this was a situation that everybody faced. Is all of a sudden there were multiple standards out there for all sorts of different things, and still to this day we have this problem with Android and Apple. And so everybody's faced with this. So you create an app, you have to make that app work on multiple different devices and everything. And I don't think it's good for the U.S. economy that we have this division in the mobile era between Apple's iOS and Android. I think they can both be participants in it, but there needs to be something that also allows for competition.
With respect to technology, I think World War II. So the United States defense apparatus most likely has certain types of minds that they bring in that are thinking at a level that's their IQ level is just over there. So I think these people would have to take into the Hitler almost got certain pieces of technology, and if he did, the world would be over. So I'll give you a quick example. I was just reading about Hitler had jets before everybody else. That's airplane jets. That's how he got the V2 rocket. So basically, Hitler did it as bombers. So he was weighing down these super fast dogfighting jets with huge bombs. So he didn't even use that tech properly. And they were about a year away from the nuclear bomb. So one of the most critical lessons of World War II is don't let technology get into the wrong hand. Literally, that is, aside from the key lesson of war, somebody that's territorial is going to take over territory. This was a huge lesson. Can't just let anybody have fire. So I wonder, since we don't have any transparency into the deep state, we have to wait 50 or 60 or 70 years until we get the documents that these were the programs that were in place until like 50, 60, 70 years.
Well, the program you're referring to, well, the people you're talking about are basically economic hitmen, economic saboteurs. And essentially, this happens everywhere at the corporate level. I mean, you guys mentioned it before. What was it? Not Linux. Anyway, they were at Apple. They took the technology and went to Apple, and then from Apple went over to Microsoft. But basically, it's essentially the same thing. You have these infiltrations, and the same thing is heavily encouraged, like in China when they set up like sectors, or when they set up manufacturing, they literally just dedicate like a whole town to just one sector, or like, and then every factory is right next to each other, which is very, very, very efficient. But then you also get the interchanging of employees from location to location. And you get exchange of information. But then you also have organizations that specifically, that is their primary goal, is to do exactly what you just said, is to hinder either the production or performance of said country or company. And that's when you start to get into the dance or the concepts, the S-tier corporations, you know, like the big Mag 7 and all those. Those are essentially fronts, economic fronts for the military arm.
Right. They have to be.
At this point in time, yeah, that's essentially where we're at. I mean, that's essentially how the majority of pressuring war is conducted. I mean, why do you think they're specializing in cybersecurity, or?
Why do you think their recruitment, like their elite level recruitment, is literally almost like, are we recruiting for like the ultimate world war? Right? Like some of these companies recruit like that. Like the best? Like, what do you mean? So, like, are you making websites? Right.
If you work with some of these companies or corporations, or like, you literally probably come across some of these people just, you know, running, you know, as double agents or whatever the scenario is. Obviously, it tends to be like a Google or something like that. And a big name.
And they probably don't even know that, like, they're working on government shit. Like, oh, come in.
No, obviously the company doesn't know, but the person will be there either to acquire information or to specifically fuck up the task, like put in wrong information or delay something, or be the perfect person to just delay it in some way, shape, or form, or to acquire it. And they'll just come off as super, and at some point they'll let them go a year or two later, but they executed the job flawlessly and nobody knows.
Are we just paranoid? Because, like, they did just buy TikTok US, right? Like, is this just paranoia, or like?
Well, honestly, I think it goes back to the AI. I mean, twofold. It's one, I mean, when you're getting into a war, obviously you want to monitor all these things. You want the capacity to monitor whatever's being said. But honestly, I think it's twofold. I really think it's for the AI to just have free data to study, and they want to keep all the information. In a perfect world, they'd keep everything that was ever said, every last morsel of information that it could be studied, because you don't necessarily know what it may produce, and the unknown is very intriguing in that sense to people of that particular function of expanding the AI and data mining. I forget where I was going with that.
Well, you know, when Clubhouse started, so it'll be almost 5 years since I started on Clubhouse, and you know, I said early on that it's obvious to me where the long-term value of this company is, and it's the reason why Mark Anderson was, you know, a heavy investor in Clubhouse, and they had a huge amount of money they raised, and as Paul said, you know, they have a massive runway, you know, to mess around and experiment with this. And I said at the time,
insisting that they weren't going to do it. They just released the terms of service just about a week or so ago, and if you do the deep dive, and you know, I haven't paid attention to those for a while, but this time I decided, okay, it's been a while, I'm going to do a deep dive into Clubhouse terms of service. They're making it abundantly clear that, you know, our voices are being listed. And they will use them however they see fit.
So, right, the car motion detector. It's a motion detecting is what they were doing.
But it's also, we're not really AIs in there. Every email you open, AI is scanning your inbox. Complimentary service, by the way, for you, provided by Google. And while it's nice, at the same time, it's concerning. It's nice, you can become much more efficient. It's always a double-edged blade with this type of stuff.
Yeah, actually my recent research was like, because I do want to make a Clubhouse phone, but these voice servers are kind of expensive, so I was trying to see like how they work. But that is like one of the things that because I'm kind of new to Clubhouse, so I'm trying to look at it like a voice Reddit, right? So it's like, instead of me clicking, I'm just clicking into a Reddit thread, right? And then talking about it. So I don't know if that's how Clubhouse approaches it, but I want to take that idea and try to make that. But these voice servers are kind of expensive.
Well, if you've been on Clubhouse in the first year and a half, you would have been amazed compared to what it is now. There were so many different types of rooms. They didn't have houses back then, it's called rooms, and covering everything you can think of. And, you know, whether it was English speaking or not, they had so many different communities on Clubhouse. And that was, you know, a lot of people will talk about it and say the golden era because, look, I like Clubhouse, I'm on it now, but they shot themselves in the foot. Anybody who's been around for a long time knows this. When they went to the voice chats and they de-emphasized the rooms, it made it difficult for you, if you were new to Clubhouse, to find out how to open a room. And I had a consistent room that I was doing that had a lot of people coming in. And it was just like, why? Why would you do that? And so, you know, that's what we were debating for the next 6 months. And that was like 3 years ago, almost. And so Clubhouse is like really a shell of its former self. And they really sucks. They really missed the boat, because if this was their intention, they should have left it alone. And, you know, I've always said they should have had 2 tiers of Clubhouse. The free tier, anybody gets on, and then the tier in which you can, you know, they needed to identify the really meaningful rooms and those who were hosting them that people from all over would have wanted to be a part of, and charge the nominal monthly fee, you know, like $4.99 or something like that. And I'll bet you tons of people would have paid the $4.99, and they could have still done their harvesting, but then they would have kept the integrity of it.
I mean, well, the initial pitch was it was a Clubhouse and you could only join by getting an invite.
Right. And
yeah, how long did you beg to get an invite from your friends?
Well, I didn't. I mean, I didn't know about Clubhouse until the New York Times did an article about it. And because of that, then I'm just a techie. So I downloaded the app. And
when was that?
That was in May of 2021. And so they were still invite only at that point. But I don't know what it is. Maybe it's some form of AI or something. They let me in, and people used to ask me all the time, because at the bottom of your profile,
that's what it shifted,
would say the date. It would say the date that you, and they continued that all the way up until, I want to say, October of 21. But somehow I stuck on through. So I wasn't invited by anybody. I just kind of
because they stopped the invite around May. But they didn't do it in totality. They just started quietly letting people on without an invite. But they stopped giving the invites away. They stopped requiring the invites. you still had them, people were still using them, but it wasn't required by May.
Right, and in those days, it was iOS only. You know, Android, I don't think.
Yeah,
to that stage.
Android came in, I think it was June.
Right. So, well, you know just how cool and diverse Clubhouse was back then.
Yeah, I used to say you could find a room about midgets smoking cigars.
Yeah.
Or anything, right? And it's not stubborn.
Well, I just think like there's so much room to improve this product space, right? Like voice conversation. So like I'm also in the recovery community, so I also know that like people spend so much time in meeting rooms all day. So I was already really acclimated to people being in a room all day, either to remote work or to the recovery community, and then I found Clubhouse, right? And this is like people talking about there's like literal churches here, and there's all this political discussion. So it's like voice as a product. I think we're just beginning because AI is pretty much kind of gonna make it so we don't click anything ever again. But like this product here, like voice, like it's not super explored yet because it's expensive, right? To get a room with 10 people talking and 200 listeners, right? That's not cheap if you want to do it at scale. So, but it's like the one thing that I want to look at if I could do it. You just have to figure out a way to scale. Yeah, in a cost-effective way.
There's already 2 people who have tried the kid from Clubhouse. The latest one was a guy named Cackle. I haven't even gone to his, but Chatter tried, and as far as I know, Chatter still hasn't made it yet. You can't make it profitable, and I don't think that it was the intention for them to be profitable from the beginning. I was saying in April and May of 2021, this is about voice detection of emotion. They're telling this lie about how it's all about this and that. This was a very sophisticated way of developing lie detection and emotion detection of a variety of different sorts. And I had 5 or 6 experiences in April, May, and June that absolutely proved it based on what happened in the room and then what happened to the people that were in the room after that in relation to who followed them and a whole bunch of other stuff. They basically were able to determine. That's why in the early days, when you had a bunch of people arguing with each other, suddenly the room would just fill up with all kinds of more people. And when a room, people were all just lovey-dovey and kumbaya, getting along, that room would never get heavy traffic into it. Because that drama was what they were trying to deduce. They were trying to determine how to detect emotion. That was why they got that injection of $400 million. That was their goal from the very beginning.
Okay,
it was never about content creators.
So if you go full circle, right, I'll be the conspiracy guy. If Clubhouse, right, created this app knowing that they're going to harvest voices and they're securing hundreds of millions of dollars, right, they would know before most of the public that such technology was coming. So the argument that Clubhouse could be a government honeypot, to me, that's the strongest argument, because to know that not only are you going to get people to sit around and talk on the app, but also have the technology to pretty much profile the living shit out of them and have that ready, like as soon as it hits, it's like the ultimate personality plot, if I had to.
Yeah, you kind of got it right, except for the fact they didn't know what they were doing. It was 2 guys who stumbled onto something, and then once they had this thing going, you have to understand it was COVID based. It was the fact that everyone was sitting around. That's why you had rooms of 5,000 people in the fucking room. That's why you had Bill Gates and huge people come on this app once or twice, right? And so they had no idea what the fuck they were creating. And then the others, they stepped in and guided it in the direction of what they wanted, because lie detection and voice recognition and emotion had already been being developed. So the people who had that going already saw this and said, hey, let's marry the 2 together. They didn't know what they were creating. It wasn't Paul and what the other guy's name, Rohan or whatever. It wasn't their intention they didn't have some secret plan. It wasn't like that. They just were like, hey, this would be fucking really cool, right? And the COVID hit, and it blew up and got away from them.
Well, maybe, but then you got to ask yourself, why did they go to voice chats? Because I would make the case that one of the problems with Clubhouse was those kind of rancid rooms where everybody was yelling and screaming and talking over each other were starting to become more of a presence. And they introduced voice, started isolating individual voices again. And they wanted to hear somebody talk. Now, their excuse was there's people who hang out down in the audience and they're too shy and they don't get a chance to come on stage. And so it's for you, right? But I think having all these crazy rooms. And by the way,
sure, but that was long after. That was, what, a year or two?
Oh, yeah.
Right after they got that $400 million injection. It was a $400 million injection, which is when somebody looked at what these two kids had created and said, hey, you have no idea what the fuck you have.
Well, right, William, but I guess, so I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, and you're spot on.
Paul and Rohan, and I want to say it's more Paul than it was Rohan, they screwed up because they did not figure out a way to value those who were creating rooms with substance versus the streaming yelling rooms.
Yeah, but you think that they screwed up, whereas they did the voice chats because then they could isolate back down, because those rooms where everyone was screaming and talking over each other was no good to them. It wasn't giving them the data they wanted. That's why they made the rooms recorded at the same time, so that data could be gone back through over and over. You already recorded
that is legit, right? Like, can you extrapolate on, like, what is this recording shit about?
Well, they were always recording. They just didn't tell us, and they didn't give us the option to record, right? But they never cared about creators. That was all bullshit. They were never trying to create and have creators creating. And when they went to the chat, it was because they had lost control of it. What they wanted was the data of when people are arguing with each other, but it got so out of control they couldn't get any data from those rooms. Right, like I was saying, is what the rooms that I experienced things. I could get into details of things I experienced and talk to a number of different people. And every time we would have this conversation, weird ass fucking shit would happen in the room where you would talk about this stuff, right? So what they were after is they were after people who were disagreeing with each other, and they switched over to the chat thing because they had lost control. These rooms were just too big, too angry, and stepping on each other, right? But you were probably trying to be a creator. You sound like you were trying to be a creator. I don't mean that derogatory, but everybody who was trying to be a creator thought, they're screwing us over. And at the time, I was saying, no, they're not. They don't care about you to begin with. They're not making bad decisions. You don't understand that we're the product, and it's not about the content. It's not what they're after.
Right. I agree with you to a point, and the reason I say that is because, and there's a guy down in the audience, David, who, if you're listening to this, you can corroborate with this. I was part of these regular baseball rooms, and I decided to form this one that would kind of blow up and be available to more people in the evening. And so we formed the Baseball Collective, and David and I did this. And what we did is we had success. And if you don't believe me, you can go back to the baseball, you can go on my profile, you can go to the Baseball Collective, and then go and look at our replays. And you'll see that our first replay is like, I want to say it's November 30th or December 1st of 2021. And we were averaging between 5,000 and 7,000 people coming into that room pretty much every single time we had a Baseball Collective. And we figured out how to have large stages and conversations that moved around without having people, go crazy after each other. And if it did, we nipped it in the butt right away. And so what happened was, and William you probably know this, they had department heads, right? So they had a full-time person who was in charge of news, and they had a full-time person who was in charge of sports, and somebody who was in charge of entertainment, and they had people who were in charge of various regions of the world where Clubhouse was at, right? And so in the fall of 2021, they invited me to a Zoom call, and they basically just heaped the praise on me and then said, okay, what are you going to do from here on out? What they wanted to hear me say was I was going to do even more rooms, and I was going to create even more types of content besides just baseball. And I was thinking to myself, during that Zoom call, okay, well, when are we going to get around to where you tell me what you're going to pay me for this? But I said at the time, because the holidays were approaching, like, look, I got a lot of stuff going on, and I did. So I'm just going to keep with this cadence right now. But we've got some things that we're thinking about, and we'll circle back. So then eventually what I did is I submitted a proposal to them with a dollar amount on it. And I was very clear about what I would give them for what they would give me. And then all of a sudden, the answer was like crickets. Well, it wasn't crickets. They responded, but they basically said, well, let's just get going and we can address that later on. Well, 2 months later, they had that wave of, people got fired and just quit. And they just wiped them all out. Next thing you know, we got Joe. And there's nothing against Joe, but Joe basically replaced a whole bunch of people who were full-timers on Clubhouse, who were keeping tabs on that aspect of programming on Clubhouse. So they did care about programming, they did care about content creators, but they were foolish in not moving quickly when we had that many people on the platform to figure out a way to isolate the nonsense rooms from the serious rooms. And I know there was a lot of dummies on here who were like saying, I want to get paid this, and they were just living in la la land. They thought, having a room a week or 3 rooms a week was a full-time job. Well, no, it wasn't. But they should have been compensated similar to what you see on Instagram, what you see on YouTube right now. They're monetizing people. And that whole conversation started to explode across social media. And so more people are being monetized than ever, but not on Clubhouse. So to me, it was an opportunity missed, like a grand opportunity that they just completely fumbled.
Yeah, that's interesting. I'm glad to hear your backstory, and I know other people that were doing that kind of volume and bought into the whole creator thing. And I hear you. I think all that was a sham. I think that they cared to some degree. They were trying to promote that, but it wasn't their prime directive. It wasn't what they were really, really after. And once they did I think it was a Series C. I think it was a C round, if I remember correctly. When they got their big cash injection, everybody was saying it was like $400 million or some shit like that. And I want to say that was around the time you came on the app. Although I think the money didn't actually all come in until like the summer or whatever. But they didn't spend any money going in that direction. I know half a dozen creators went through the same thing you went through, Michael, that thought, oh, okay, I got this many people coming in my room consistently. I'm running a room every third day. I'm creating content in this platform. You say you want content creators. What's my share of that? You just got a bunch of money, and they did nothing for any of them. I can't believe 2 guys that are smart, that created all this, were that dumb in marketing, and they brought in that much fucking money and didn't have somebody in marketing or somebody to be making those decisions.
Well, you're right. They're all too smart. Like, so for example, your voice data right now, right, is worth its weight in gold. Like voice training data, like that's worth more than
that's what they were
all this shit at the moment.
That's exactly.
Well, remember those were the days when they had carousel, and that's what they called it. They had multiple carousels in your hallway, and the idea of the carousel was to promote a select group of rooms for you to join, because they thought, okay, try to experience that. And so we had a whole bunch of people come into our audience from other countries who wanted to learn English. And the reason was, and I'm convinced of it, is because we allowed people to have the conversations instead of just screaming over each other. So, you know, I have a ton of followers who just want to learn English. And people are coming to our room for that. But one thing I forgot to say is that just before there was the exodus of full-time people, I had 3 people who were serious creators on this platform, like always showing up. They were well-known people, reached out to me independently to warn me to get the hell off this platform because they saw the value in what we were doing, and they said, you got to go somewhere else because this thing is going down. So they had some kind of, you know, information, or maybe it was just their intuition, but they were right, because by the end of the year, you know, voice chats, it was terrible.
Yeah, and they could have rolled out features, they could have rolled out advertising, and I know for a fact that there was a half a dozen content creators that laid it all out for them. There was at least a couple of those, whatever the fuck they call those meetings they used to have, like town hall or some shit like that. They got inundated in those, and they got all kinds of, you know, emails and DMs. Like, they were fully aware of every possible way to make content creators happy and how to monetize it in a way in which the content creators could share the profits. Yet still they chose not to do it, right? Like, I feel for what you're saying. I just feel like that wasn't their intention, or they would have tried it. It was all a scam. They just wanted to be able to detect emotions. When you're happy, how you interact when you're angry, lie detection. Just, it's all about emotion detection.
You never know, that could be a good script for somebody to start writing.
I'm telling you, I was saying all this in May and June, and every time I would say this in a room and somebody else would go, and I'm sure experiences I had that would kind of give the proof of it, because something would happen in a room, and then you could see what would happen with the various people based on how they reacted to what happened in the room, and it would follow them for the next couple of days or weeks. And I'd like share experiences, and then other people go, oh, you know what happened to me? And the whole room would turn into that. Suddenly, like people that seemed like they were working for them would show up, rooms would just randomly crash. Weird audio shit would happen, right? Like you're just like going like, okay, it's too much of a coincidence. And that happened at least a fucking dozen times until I wised up and said, okay, I'm gonna stop talking about this.
Yeah, there were definitely also winners and losers on the app, and like certain people who just kept getting kicked off, and then other people who seemed to be protected, who were doing, you know, crazy stuff.
Like the most racist shit, and they stick around. Some of them are still on here.
Right. I mean, like my first week on the platform, I couldn't believe it. It was instantly addicting, not because I was addicted to the platform, because it was more of a sociological curiosity, like, I can't believe people are actually doing this. I can't believe they're saying this stuff on stage and people are buying into it. In fact, I did have an idea, and David, if you're listening, you can give me the thumbs up, because you know I said this to you. My idea for a script for a movie was Clubhouse attracted people who were mentally ill. And that's what the reality.
That's not
yeah. But people thought that they were like intelligent, you know, well-versed social people, and then, you know, the big reveal at the end is that there's a bunch of mentally ill people, because I never heard so much craziness until I got on this platform.
Your movie idea is not bad. Let me give you the movie idea and give you a shred of truth to it. So when I got to Clubhouse, right, I was shocked at how many Christian rooms there were. So I'm of the opinion that given that the end times and one of the revelations is that the gospel will be spread everywhere, events like Clubhouse are necessary to fulfill revelation. So we are not there, but like this is roughly kind of how it's going to get done. We don't like a COVID is like a junior. I think this is how the gospel's going to spread. I think that's why you see so many of those rooms.
A lot of the Christian rooms were going on, and there was a lot of good that was happening where sick people of a variety of different ways, mental, physical, would end up in a room, and healers would be in the room helping them. In the good old days, there was a lot of love and help and guidance and healing that was going on. And the Christian aspect of that is the only thing that seems to linger anymore.
situation and ensure that